Good morning, all. All are requested to use their
Good morning.
username as their full name as their username, because there are few participants who have joined with some alphanumeric numbers.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. देखिए मेरे फोन में नहीं ना हो रहा है।
All are requested to keep yourself muted as soon we are going to start the inaugural session.
And all of you are requested to join the Telegram.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir.
Good morning, Gaurav sir. We will be starting the session shortly.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
You are audible.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is a small request to all of you. I request all the participants to please mute yourself. Whenever required, we will ask you to unmute so that you can interact in the session. So I request you all to please mute yourself. Before starting with the session, we would like to announce one small important information to all of you. As in the participant list, we are able to see that few of the participants joined with some numeric numbers. They have not joined by using their registered email ID. So I request you all to please join by your registered email ID, because that ID will be used for marking attendance. So this is an humble request to all of you to please sign out and join by your registered email ID. Good morning, Gaurav sir. Sir, Aprajita ma'am joined.
Namaskar, madam. Hello, Aparajita madam. Namaskar.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Aprajita ma'am. Ma'am, are you able to, ma'am, is our voice audible to you?
Yes, sir. हो गया सर, कॉलेज का वाईफाई का पासवर्ड
Participants are requested to kindly please mute yourself.
Gaurav sir, just now we received one message
Hello, good
from
morning.
MIT Jaipur.
Can you hear me? You
Hello,
are not audible, ma'am. Anybody like, I don't know.
Is it
If I am
Aprajita ma'am,
audible.
good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Aparajita ma'am. Good morning.
Somehow
Firoza.
I
How are you?
couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Just
Sir,
a
your
minute.
voice is audible, sir. Ma'am, you are also
Yes.
audible.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
So
Gaurav
I
sir,
was
Bharat
not
sir,
able to
and
hear if you
Aprajita
were
ma'am
speaking
joined.
something.
No,
Although
hello.
your voice is very, very low, I don't know, Firoza, if you are speaking. Bharat is there, Professor Bharat. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? Good morning,
I'm
Gaurav.
okay.
Good morning,
And
Bharat. Good morning, madam. Madam, Froja's voice is fine at my end. It is perfectly clear.
अच्छा अच्छा, तो मेरे एंड पे कुछ गड़बड़ है लग रहा है. So Gaurav, I hope you are now back to normal. You suffered from corona. That was really so. I mean, I was scared to know about that.
Yeah, but thanks, madam. But during that time, a lot of pending review papers I have completed.
That's
So,
so you. I mean, your students must be thanking COVID. Okay. Or I mean, the papers which were for review, authors of those papers. So it's
yesterday I
good that
received
you
that.
have thought of. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're seeing. It's very nice that you have thought of this important program. And are we waiting for people?
Yeah, I think there are more than 600 participants in this course, and
Okay.
but I think we can start now. Furoja, everybody is here. Okay, so
Yes.
we can start the session because it's an inaugural session, and after the inaugural session, anyway, we are going to hand it over baton to the experts who are here. So, Furoja, may I request you to please start on this?
Thank you, sir.
Ji? Yeah.
Sir, there is one important information from MNIT Jaipur that today in Rajasthan there is no internet connection. So they are trying to like the people who are registered from Rajasthan, they will try to join. So we were waiting for Vineet Sahula, sir. I just dropped one message if sir can join, but there is no internet connection, sir, there.
Yeah, but actually you please start it because there is a power cut in my area from 10 to 11:30 today at IIT Guwahati. Okay, so I may go off radar. So if you can please.
Okay, sure, sir, sure.
Yeah.
So
But in
just
the
1 minute.
meantime, you please start. In the meantime, I will also call Saula sir. So Saula sir will join.
Okay, okay, sure, sir, sure, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, the representative of all the academies, our joint principal coordinator for this particular program, our joint coordinators from all the academies, our chief investigator from all the academies, and dear participant. On behalf of Electronics and ICT Academy at IIT Guwahati, Triple IT DM Jabalpur, NIT Patna, MNIT Jaipur, we welcome you all for this 10 days joint faculty development program on Android app development using Java from 23rd of October to 1st November. We are very happy to announce that in this program, we are having an participation from all over India of around 69 people, out of which we are having the maximum participation from NIT Patna, that is 484, Triple IT DM Jabalpur 137, MNIT Jaipur 20, and IIT Guwahati we are having 30 registration. This program is being hosted by IIT Guwahati in association with our training partner Ritvik, who are going to take the session, and the lab will be conducted by them. With this, we would like to invite our principal coordinator for this particular program, Dr. Gaurav Trivedi, sir, to please enlighten the participant with his words. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. A very good morning to all of you. My colleagues, Professor.
Good morning, sir.
From Triple IT Jabalpur. My colleague, Dr. Bharat Gupta from NIT Patna, and all the experts and all the students, I welcome you in this course. As you know, this course precisely is really the need of the hour, because most of the thing what we do in our life nowadays is through smartphones, and smartphone gradually replacing laptops and the standard, or you can say the conventional, you can say the computing paradigm. And people are even trying that to embed a laptop kind of environment in the smartphone itself with a very good battery backup, so that even the computing and the development work directly can be performed using that. But this is precisely, will be it will take really a lot of time, maybe the 5 to 6 years down the line. Until then, we will not be, unless the technology matures at many levels, including the embedded systems and the software, we will not be able to achieve this. But even after that, the web development and the app development, these are the two paradigms where we are actually we are actually leading. If you just look at it, when the smartphones came and when the app development came, India was very far behind. But this is our strength. We know how to learn and we know how to adapt. So nowadays there are the one of the max India is one of the country which is actually developing one of maximum apps. Okay, even a small shop, okay, which wants to be tech savvy, they are having their own app, they are having their own website. Okay, and during this COVID-19 times, the necessity of the you can say the transactions and you can say the mobile you can say you can call it the m-commerce, you can call it the you can call it the e-commerce through you can call it the e-commerce through the e-commerce precisely taken the center stage. I just wanted to say this, and that precisely many things were possible because we were very much able to design the app, okay, and we were able to make the things live. Okay, although it was a little bit difficult initially, but later on, gradually it becomes very much easy. Initially, we had only Paytm, but now we have the Bharat Pay or Phone Pay and many other that kind of payment apps. And even the Phone Pay is one of the app which actually is now the company precisely which has brought it in is now weighing in billions of dollars. Okay, its evaluation is in billions of dollars. So this particularly when we talk about the app, is it not the app precisely? This is the gateway to the e-commerce and the many kind of the you can say the m-commerce ecosystem of the world. So I will not take much of your time. And in short, I just want to say that this particular course is really the need of the hour, and it's launched by us at a very timely moment. So I hope you will really enjoy this course as the experts are well known in this domain, and we believe that you will be able to design your own app at the end of this course. With this, I wish everybody is safe and healthy stay, and a good luck for your future endeavors, and wish everybody a happy learning in this course. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav sir. Thank you for the support, sir. Without you, this program was not
Roja,
able
one more thing I want to add. In this particular course, I really thank my colleagues, Dr. Bharat Gupta and Professor Faisa Oja and Professor Vinit Saula, who has actually because they supported this course wholeheartedly. And in fact, we are having more than 650 registrations pan India, and that is due to that is just without their support, actually, we couldn't have achieved it. So I really thank them from the depth of my heart to make this course a really successful one. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Without you, this program won't be able to get reconducted. So thank you, sir, for your motivational words. Now we would like to invite Professor Aprajita Ahuja, ma'am, the Chief Investigator of IIIT DM Jabalpur, to please, ma'am, enlighten the participant here with your words, sir. Aprajita, ma'am, please.
So very good morning, Firoza. Very good morning, Dr. Gaurav Trivedi, Dr. Bharat Gupta, all my colleagues from Jaipur also, who unfortunately are not able to join. And very warm welcome to all the participants. I'm really blessed to be a part of this important program, where two very dynamic leaders, Gaurav Trivedi and Bharat Gupta, are coordinating this program. Dr. Gaurav, I must congratulate you for thinking about this innovative idea. And let me also request all the participants to please keep your mics muted, videos muted during the lecture session so that things go smooth. So, Dr. Gaurav has already told you about the importance of this program. Mobile applications and lightweight devices are going to lead the world in the next decade. So it is very important that we learn to program and write software for lightweight devices, light computing devices. And Java is an evergreen language. So these two combinations, uh, devising Android application using Java, is the perfect course for the present time. And I'm sure that all of you will have a wonderful experience, because our past experience says that all these courses, which are led by um, our colleagues, Dr. Gaurav Trivedi and his team, and also Dr. Bharat Gupta, and have been successful. So, my dear participants, we hope that you will have a good learning time, and we also expect you to please cooperate by logging into the WebEx system using your registered email ID, taking all the quizzes, so that we don't miss any one of your like attendance, which is very important. Later, what happens? Certificate issuing takes time, because even if a couple of these attendances are not verifiable, we face problem in issuing certificates. So your fullest cooperation is expected in actively taking part and using your registered email ID for the for attending the course. That is all from my side. Again, I request all of you to please mute your mics and while you are listening to a lecture. That's all from my side. Thank you, Dr. Gaurav. Thank you, Firoza, for such a wonderful organization of management of the participants. Thank you, Bharat. That's all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your motivational word, ma'am. And thank you for the effort that you have put forward in getting the participation and as well as organizing this program. Now we would like to invite Dr. Bharat Gupta, sir, the Chief Investigator of NIT Patna, to please say a few words, sir. Sir, please.
Yes, thank you, Firoza. First of all, very good morning, warm good morning to all the participants. And, very good morning to Professor Rajita Ma'am, CI Triple ITM Jabalpur, Dr. Gaurav Trivedi, IIT Guwahati, and colleagues MNIT. In this program, myself and Dr. Swell are the coordinator of this program. And we have tried, like as Dr. Trivedi and as well as Aparajita Madam has already praised these words, that it is my work and my team works. It's not like that. It's a effort by all the academies together that we have reached to this goal. And as this program is required to the is the need of this today's demand, because what we are expecting from this world, that we have to be connected and we can operate it from anywhere, and in which this smartphone and, as Madam has said, the lightweight devices are playing the major role. And if we are able to make the smartphones and the lightweight devices are able to be operating from anywhere and for any task, then it's really a game changer in this. So this program is really the need of the time, and it's the appropriate time that where we can contribute from our side, and as well the governments also needs, so the Atmanirbhar and others programs are running up, and in which this is one of the ways this program may be run, because that will give the independence and make these new generation peoples to be the Atmanirbhar, and they can develop and contribute in this in the development of this our country. So this is just the starting of this one these this type of programs, and I hope with all the academies, IIT Guwahati, IITM Jabalpur, NIT Patna, MNIT Jaipur, and along with the other academies, we will continue provide you this type of opportunities, and we will always bring out the new and interactive type of programs which really helps to grow and uh, able to make you at least think on a part that you also have a technical knowledge. You also have a some knowledge where you can help us to grow the our nation. So with this words, I really thankful to my coordinator, Dr. Swell, because of his whole efforts that we have reached to this, and the our all the proctor coordinators, and a special thanks to Professor Neeraj Agrawal and Professor P. Jyoti, because they have really taken a tremendous effort to gather the whole this gathering. And I will say in this program, the majorly are the from our side, the students who are really the new generation and who are the future of this country. And I just request, as Madam has already requested about the program, and Firoza will always update you about this, the requirement of this courses, and this information is already passed to all of you, that the attendance requirement and the quiz is very much important. And apart from that, your learning is very important, because without learning, it is of no use to attend this type of. So I hope the next 10 days will be very useful, and you can utilize it in a better way, so that you can do your future projects, and you can make your surrounding to be more interactive and more fruitful for this nation. So with this special thanks to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Trivedi, for such nice initiative. Thank you, Dr. Ma'am, for your nice word, and always be encouraging to us and always supporting us and always be with us. So that expectation is always with us. So thank you to you, and thank you, Firoza, and to your team to for
Uh,
this and everything.
Firoza, I would like to add something. Thank you, Bharat, for your nice words. Thank you, Gaurav. And but I wanted to also thank our remote center coordinators, especially Professor Hota, if he's there, because without them, it becomes very difficult to get the kind of participation that we get. So, my
Thank you, ma'am.
sincere
Thank
thanks
you.
to all the remote center coordinators or proctor coordinators who are associated with this program from all the academies. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that's really very true, because these are also very helpful, and they are helping us to make this online teaching possible. Because without them, it is not possible. The support that what we are getting in their side. And with these words, I'm really thankful, and thanks to all the proctor coordinators. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat sir. May I request the participant who joined to please mute yourself? Thank you, Bharat sir. Thank you for the motivational word, and thank you for helping us in getting such a large participation. Without the support from NIT Patna, IIIT DM Jabalpur, and MNIT Jaipur, it wouldn't be possible for us to host this program. Thank you to all the proctor coordinators of all the academies for the support they have given us in having the participation. Now, I would like to invite our joint coordinator from NIT Patna, Swell sir, to please address to the participant. Sir, please.
Firoza, I think Swell sir is traveling today. So
Okay,
maybe
sure, sir.
he will
So
join
with
with us.
yeah. Thank you, sir. So there is an important announcement for all the participants as well as our coordinators. In Rajasthan, we are facing issue as government has suspended the internet connection. So today, unfortunately, the MNIT Jaipur is not able to join us for the inaugural session, as well as the participant from Rajasthan would be able to join today's session. Uh, Now, I would like to invite our training partner, Ritwich, from Ritwich, Rajamani Nyok, sir, to please address the participant. Sir, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Firuza Madam, Gaurav sir, and all other dignitaries present in this meeting. Uh, in this mobile world, there are millions of mobile and smartphones users using devices in in this business world. Looking at the current scenario, noticeably, more companies are trying to develop mobile apps based on their business requirements. So you can definitely understand that there is a huge demand for developing mobile apps, and the level of expertise which is and the skills which is required to fulfill the very requirement of the industry at this moment of time. The aim of a mobile app is to seamlessly connect and interact with the customers, making it worthy tool for the modern businesses. And most of the new upcoming enterprises and startups, they are depending upon the mobile mobile apps to reach out the maximum number of customers. The more the number of mobile users, the more will be the requirement of diverse mobile application. So this also brings the requirement of the necessary skills in this industry. And this the prime aim of this course, conducting this course, to develop the proper skills among the students to fulfill that particular requirement which industry is actually having at this moment of time. And this course will impart among the participants the necessary concept of developing, designing, improvising, maintaining, and testing the mobile application and its interface to enhance the user experience. And I'm really thankful to University Academy and all the academies associated with this joint FDP program. And we are happy to coordinate with all these organizations to reach the main prime goal of this particular training program session. And I would like to wish luck to all the participants that they will successfully complete the full course with proper concentration and proper participation. And all the best. That is from my side. Thank you very much, Firoza ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we are coming to the end of the inaugural session. Again, I would like to request Dr. Gaurav Trivedi, sir, to please address, sir.
Firoza ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, there is
Yes,
some power cut at Sarsam.
Okay. So I may request either Bharat sir or Aprajita ma'am, please, if you can just say a few words and can conclude the inaugural session, sir. Ma'am, sir, please.
I just request ma'am, if ma'am is there, so
Yeah.
please, ma'am.
Bharat, so sincerely thank all of you. And I'm sure that the team who is going to train, who is going to give the training, they will help all the participants in understanding the concepts and learning. And special thanks to all the participants, special thanks to all the coordinators and participants also for joining this program. That is all from my side. EICT Academy Jabalpur joins IIT Guwahati, Patna, and Jaipur in thanking you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, Bharat sir, please, sir. If you'd like
Yes,
to say.
yes.
Actually, I am not able, your voices are coming so low here that I'm not able to hear anything properly. If you ask anything specific, you please tell me once again.
Sure, ma'am. We will inform you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Bharat sir, may I request you, please, sir?
Yes. As ma'am has already said, and I just thanks to the experts because who have taken a pain for this next 10 days, who will and deliver the concepts, will deliver the concept as well as the hands-on. And I have a just request to all my dear participants, so that please make it sure that you are here for this learning. I know that in this pandemic, the new era has started of this online teaching, and where the teachers have no trace on the participant. But it's our responsibility as a participant, once we have joined some program, such programs. So with some purpose we have joined here. So to achieve this purpose, we have to always target for it. So you yourself as a judge for yourself. So maintain time, maintain attendance, maintain the decorum of this whole online big class in which around 650 participants. And one more thing, you should be very thankful that you are a part of a large gathering where this lot of energetic minds are together. So you have a really a chance and you have a really a platform where you can really interact with the so energetic mind, and you can have a discussion with your experts all the time. And so with these words, I just wish you all the participants for the next 10 days. And thanks to all the experts, thanks to all the academies in together that they have bring out this program over here. So I just request Firoza and the experts to go for the starting of this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So thank you all the respected dignitaries, the coordinators from different academies for joining us for this inaugural session. Thank you all the coordinators from different institutes for joining us. So with this, we are concluding our inaugural session. Now we will be starting with the day first session. I would like to inform to all the participants that as we have seen in the screen also, there are many participants who joined with a different name and email ID. This is an humble request to all the participants to please sign out and log in with your registered email ID because we will be considering only the registered email ID for marking the attendance. No future request will be entertained. So I request you all to please log out and join us by your registered email ID. We will be sharing this classes will be live in your YouTube channel, also the E&ICT YouTube channel. So I request all the participants to use the YouTube channel for study purpose. You can always refer to the YouTube channel for revision as well as preparing yourself for the quizzes. Other than that, we will be of course sharing you all the course material related to this program. And also there is another important announcement that throughout the session when the classes will start, everyone is requested to mute yourself. The video should be we will request you all to please switch off your video so that the bandwidth is not consumed. Whenever required, we will request you to unmute yourself so that you can interact with the expert. So so now I would like to request Mr. Viplab Sharma, the Technical Officer of E&ICT Academy, who will be taking care of this program. Please start with the day first session. Yeah, Mr. Viplab Sharma, please over to you.
Thank you, madam. Now I'd like to request Mr. Abhishek Bhargava from expert from Ritviz. Mr. Abhishek, am I audible to you?
Mr. Abhishek, you have already joined perhaps. Could you please unmute your mic?
Hello.
Hello, am
Yeah,
I
hi
audible?
Abhishek. Good morning.
Yeah, hi,
Good
good morning,
morning.
Rajmani. Good morning. Very good morning. So, shall I start?
Abhishek, your voice is little low. You just need to raise your volume.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, Abhishek.
So, I was asking, shall I start?
Yeah, just a brief introduction about you. I'm just
Yeah,
giving you a very brief introduction about you.
sorry, come again.
So our resource person, Mr. Abhishek Bhargava, is from Ritwis, and he will be taking the session for today and all rest of the days. He's BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from RTU Kota and MTech from RTU Kota. And he has an industry experience as a developer come trainer for 4 years, and he has a training experience of 6+ years. So from so Abhishek Bhargava, I am handing over the session over to you.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let me introduce myself as Biplav has already told you, guys. I work with as a developer and as a trainer as well. So I have experience in the Samsung R&D
Your
as well.
voice is still slow.
Sorry, my voice is low still.
Still slow.
Wait a second. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Is it fine?
Yeah, Bhargav, now it is quite good.
Sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So yeah, hi everyone. So as it is mentioned already by Biplav, I have done my BTech, MTech, and then I have worked as a trainer, and then started working as a developer in the companies like Samsung R&D, Capgemini, Edison. So these were, and yeah, first of all, in the early year, I worked on in a startup as well as an Android developer. So basically, it's it's how it is different from other trainers. Like they are into the trainings only, but this session is provided by like a trainer plus a trainer come developer. So like what in the real time in real development of projects, what we face the errors, what we face the issues, how to debug the applications. So those kind of stuff we are going to cover in the training. And yes, I presume like this training, those attendees who are going to attend this training throughout the session, the entire session of 8 days. Are they? I have a question from them. Like they are well known with the Java language, or it's like you need to learn the Java in a very deep with a deep understanding. So can you give your votes on like learning on the Java? How you are skilled in Java? I mean, how do you rate yourself in Java? Is that we need to discuss the Java in deeply, or it's a beginner? I mean, I need to introduce it with a very deep.
Sir,
Beginner, sir.
the concepts of Java will be used deeply in Android app development, or will it be the basics, sir?
No, it's a deep when you go like it's a since it's a 8 days workshop, so yeah, you know that in a 8 days you can't cover the entire Android. But as a basic, we will learn this as a basic Java we will learn in this in this training sessions. But later on, once you will start using the other services or the when you go inside the framework of the Android, then you will need the very good understanding of the Java, so that you will able to perform any task or anything that is provided to you. You would be able to do, because it's depend on the core Java coding.
Sir, start from beginning.
Yeah, you need to start it from the beginning, and then
Start from beginning, sir.
then you can go to the advanced level.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
Fine.
sir.
So now I am assuming like most of the people are new or beginners in Java. So let's, as per the session, let's start with the beginning of the Java, like Java language. So I have, let me share my screen. I have prepared a PPT for that. Let me share my screen. Please let me know once you able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
So it's visible.
Sir, it's loading. Now visible.
Okay, fine. So this is a very basic or simple PPT that I made for like to understand it in a very quick manner, and we will pick up the topics and we'll let you understand all those things, all those topics. I have already opened the tool or the software on which we will develop our application. It's a Android Studio. My as the link has already been shared to you, you might have installed the Android Studio on your system, right? Is it right?
Sir, please repeat once again.
So let me.
Can you please zoom it a little bit? Then we can see it properly.
Fine. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Sir, it's visible.
So since it's an Android workshop, let me start with the Android little, and then we will jump to the, as it is mentioned, like new core Java works, core Java feature. So I will start the slide. So what is Android? So as you can see, it is Linux-based operating system. Linux-based means coding is not going to do in the Linux, or it needs Linux operating system to perform. But the Android framework, which is built upon it, is based on Linux. I mean, its drivers written in the Linux language. It's basic, like deep down the Android, it is written over the Linux. So it is developed by the Open Set Alliance, and Android. If you say the founder of Android, it's Andy Rubin. So, and the first device was the STC, which was launched which STC launched as a first product of Android, and G1 was their first product. So STC company launched that. So all programs written in Android are basically core Java code. And so for starting the Android, we have the prerequisite to learn the concept of Java. So since Java is a pure object oriented, yes, because multiple inheritance can be achieved in that. So basically, it's not about only Java we are going to learn. We also need to see the So basically, are you able to see my screen? Hello? My screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay, fine. So I'm introducing Java with you guys. So let's most of you are aware, like in the school times nowadays, like programming language has been introduced. So, but that is C language, right? In the C language, there was a concept like hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, and then you start void, and then main, and then you start writing printf, your first program. Hello world into that. Am I right? It's like this only. Are you able to see? Hello? Am I audible? Am I audible? You can speak it out. I have no issues. You can keep your. You can unmute yourself in the middle. Okay, fine. So yeah, basically, when let's start with that. This is a C language program. So basically, Java is a object-oriented programming. So we have the class. We have the concept of class. So what is the class? So class basically is a blueprint. Blueprint means this function is a simply a function. Now let's suppose you have some function like addition function, you have some function of subtraction, and you want to perform it and you want to keep it in a protection level. Only you want that it's stored in a structure form. Getting my point? Stored in a structure form means, let's suppose you consider it yourself a class. Like we are in a university and there is a classroom, and in the classroom you have so many functionalities, like you are studying your computer science subjects, you have to give the exam. These are the functions that you are performing in a class. These are organized, like you are giving the exam, you are giving the test. These all are performing in the form inside a class only. But if you go outside the class, then there is no exam, there is a no learning. Fine. So this exam and this is no learning, this is outside the class now. Fine. So it's only in the class. So that is where the introduction of the class came. Because you have to keep all those in a single structure. So if you see, like if I write a class in a coding, let me create a class, new, a Java class, a simple Java class, like name it testing class. Testing class. This is a simple way, and I keeping its visibility public. Visibility public means like there is a let me introduce the Java with some hands-on. Like this is a package, app, manifest, Java. These all are the packages. So if I introduce you Java is with the PPT, like there is a concepts called packages. What's this packages? Packages is like constitute of the libraries, and then inside the libraries there is the class. In the packages you can have a class. So like it's similar like hash include stdio.h, hash include, if you remember, like something that was stdio.h. Remember this? So this is we including the package. The package name is stdio.
Sir?
So this was in the C language. So introducing a package means you can use its function printf basically for the connu. Like I just taking example printf. So printf is the function that you able to use because you are taking the package. Getting my point? In the same way, let's suppose you are inside this class and this class is a part of the package. The package name is which I have created. Like this is the package name management com.management.guwahati first step. So it's a kind of a annotation or it's a way of writing a package name x.y.z. So any package you will create with the format x.y.z. Fine. A question. Let me check some question. I'm not able to see the.
So if you are sharing something that it is not visible, it's only the
I
experts
have
to find.
asked you like I am sharing the screen, and you said yeah visible. I was sharing. Let me share it again.
Yeah, sir. Now it is visible, sir.
Oh, sorry. I thought it's visible. So basically, it's as you can see, there is a package name. Fine. So in the package name, there is a x.y.z. So with the package, inside the package, there is a class. As you can see, the structure, project structure. This is gonna be Android project structure. But as I can create a simple class as well, the Java simple class as well, you can create a simple Java class. So I will help you to understand in with the context of the C language so that you will be able to understand it in a more better way. Like in the C language, you have a void main function and then printf hello. Because how you got the printf? Because you include the package. Either it's stdio.h or connu.h. Fine. Now in the Java language, we have the other packages that we need to import. We will use the term import. Fine. So we are using IntelliJ. IntelliJ as the name, it is intelligent. So we just need to write the class name. For example, you have the system.out. So as you can see, it is showing me the options to select. So when I click system, see what happened? I select the system.out. Sorry, I can't write it like this way because I need to keep everything in a function. So public static will explain it. What is this public static void main? The string so this is a function now. If you are going to use system dot out dot println, that's hello. Fine. And if I'm going to run it, you will able to see hello. So as you can see this, wait till the output is coming. Let me explain you. This system is a part of the which package java.lang. So java.lang package is that package that is by default package. So it's not coming over here written because it's a default package of the Java language. If you are going to use the class like calendar, so find load. If you use the class calendar, then you will see it's Java import java.util.calendar. So in this way it will appear. So hello appears, as you can see, hello appears as the this main function is automatically called. So how this is working? So basically the way it's working is like this main function, as you have seen in the C language also there is a main function. So how code executing start executing from main function, because if you see the main function start with the keyword static and there is a return type void and the function name is main. So static means like it will be directly called with the interpreter. So with the static keyword, you are directly able, the interpreter directly able to call the static this main function, because when it starts compile, it's need to call this main function so that the code of block that is going to execute that need to be executed will be called this method and then the code executed. And this is the return type. It could be integer, it could be your string, it could be your class type as well. For example, employee. You can return an employee. How employee? Now employee will create a custom class as well. So everything will be written in a class. Basically, let's suppose, let me create a custom class to understand you. What is, I'm saying a custom class. Let's create another class. Let's let it take it as a very generic case, a generic user case. For example, like you are in a classroom. So you are in a Guwahati classroom. Guwahati classroom. Fine. Let's keep it simple. I created Guwahati classroom. Now, what is the how Guwahati classroom constitute? It has like name of the student, string name. Let's this is the name, int roll number. Fine. There's a roll number. There's a name. There's a student address. So string address. So these are the parameters to identify a let's you can change it as a consider it this class as a like student class. Guwahati student class. You can consider it as that. Fine. So are you able to see my screen now? Hello? My screen is visible? Are you able? Anyone can speak out like they are able to see my screen? Fine. So yeah, okay. So basically, yeah. Now this is now this class is created. Basically, these are the three parameters of a student class, like name, roll number, address. Now what? Let's suppose you want to use this class. How you will use it? Let's in this class you can create the object of that class because that is a public class. So you have the Guwahati classroom because you haven't you don't have its methods of getter setter. So you can create it some methods like generate, getter and setter, and yeah, fine. So its getter and setter methods are created. Now Guwahati classroom room equals to new Guwahati classroom. This. Now what is this? Now we are with every single statement we are going to introduce the concepts. Basically, it's a you know that Java is an object-oriented programming language, so we need to create an object. You need to create object, and this is the way to create an object. So just note it down this point. How to create object in Java? You need to use the keyword new. The class name, the object name, the equals to. Now this is the way to create an object in the memory, and this object is goes into the heap memory. In the Java, in the JVM, there is a memories, heap memory. In heap memory, object is created. Object is created. Fine. So now we have that class object room. Now room dot set. Now you set the name of a, let's suppose we are just talking about a particular student. Room dot set name. Let me take the name Suprabhat. Suprabhat. Room dot set address. Let me have it Guwahati only. And then room dot set roll number. Let it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is created. Now, if you want to print that, now let's allow how you need to use it. Let's suppose you want to store this data, this entire data in a database. So you want to keep it collective form. Where to keep it? So you need to keep it in a you are keeping it in a class. In a class, Guwahati classroom is a structure that holds this data as an object. So in the room object now, you have these three data. Now if you're going to print, let's suppose I'm printing it, or with the printing you can say you can store it somewhere just now, but as of now I'm just printing the data system.out.print println. Now I'm printing it like name of student is plus. Plus is for appending. Plus is for appending. Appending is you need to join the name of the student is. Now name of the student I will get from the room. In the room I have which I have set I will get it. I will get the name. Fine. Now in the same way I will print address of a student, get address. I will later share the YouTube channel as well. Not a big deal, but you can see you can ask your doubt here and you can easily learn it in this same class, because like when you go to the YouTube, it's a long channel and it's there are so many stuff. I will teach you with a very basic understanding, because I know it's a very beginning of you. Now, what is the need of doing this get all this? I can directly have that directly. I can fetch this roll number address. No, because I am keeping them private data so that no one can access. No one can access them directly without creating the object. So if you see this as a is a security purpose, Java is a very secure language. How? Like due to these modifiers. I am going to keep it. Let's suppose I am going to call here like row dot. Now I can't see the name. There is no name. There is no access of the variable name. It's private. So with the object, I have the only getter, so that directly you cannot change anything with the variable value. You have to keep it private so that no one will be able to change this directly. It's similar like you are in a classroom sitting and someone from outside came to the someone from outside calling you. I mean, make changes in your class, and then you it's not like that. I mean, there will be no security like from outside the class anyone can do. But if you are providing them with a getter, I mean, with the like get roll number will only give you the this roll number value. There is no change in this. No change is going to make. So this is the very good use of it. So if I will print this, let me print this. It will show you the name of student is the name, the address, and the roll number. So name of student, address of the student, and the roll number of the student printed. And the same data you can store in the database as well further. In the further section, we will see the the SQL queries to how to store and how to work on. So this is the way of creating an object. So let me tell you this new provide the allocation, memory allocation. This is what happening is calling the constructor. So class is created as default constructor. This is called the default constructor. So what are we have learned as of now? We learn about class, we learn about the method, we learn about the constructor. Let me define them. Class as a blueprint. Class is a blueprint that is stored, that holds all the methods, all the variables. Variable, as you have seen the name, roll number, fine. Methods, you are going to perform it. As of now, we just had the main method through which we are printing everything. So later on, when we develop the calculator application, Android application, we will use the method like add method, the subtract method, the multiply, and all those, etc., etc. Variables you will use accordingly. Now, sorry, these are the methods here inside the class. Now methods, which I have told you, add. So what is the method that performs the functionality, basic functionality? In the add method, you are going to write the functionality, basically the code logic. I hope everyone used to do the coding on the code chef or those things, code chef or the hacker earth or the hacker rank. These are the platform on which you will develop your code logic. Let me, for example, let me give you a program. Like if I have a question, like there are the numbers. There is A, comma, B, comma, C, comma, A, comma, D, comma, C, comma, E. This is an array. I will let you know the array about as well. So this is an array. What is array? Array. So array is collection of homogeneous objects. Homogeneous in the sense all these are characters. These are the characters. This is a character array. Fine. So I have a question. Can anybody write a program that will give me the output like output will be A has count 2, B has count 1, C has count 2, D has count 1, and E has count 1. So basically frequency of element. So this is a question for you guys. So later on you will solve it by yourself. But this is the logic that you have to build and write in the function to find out the frequency of element. So I will solve it later. Like you can use a data structure for it. I hope you are aware about the data structure, which are like hash map, or like linked list, or stack, or cube. These are the data structures. So basically you can use here the data structure like hash map. I will discuss it later what is hash map. But yeah, you can use it to solve it. Okay, so let's come back on the constructor. Now what's the constructor? So if you are, let's take a simple example. If you are going to create a class, or you are creating a building, in a layman, let me explain. If you are creating a building, so what's to design a building, what you need? You need a constructor, right? To construct a building, like what is the cement it needed, what are the steel, what are the bricks, what kind of bricks it needed. So everything we need to supply to the constructor, and then it will start building a apartment or a building. Getting my point? So that is the work of the constructor. So that's if it is a class. In the above example, this Guwahati classroom is a class. You have an option whenever you are going to create any student of a Guwahati classroom, you need to supply it with the details. What details? Its name, its address, and its roll number. So this is how you can initiate. So at that time, then you don't need the setters. Fine, you don't have the requirement of the setters, because when you creating a object, you can define it here, like all these details, like Suprabhat. You are going to pass just in like C language. This is calling of a, just like you call the methods, you are calling a constructor. Constructor, as I explained you, when you are designing the building, you need to provide the details, cement, bricks, what kind of a material you are going to use, all those things. So this is the detail. Now you don't need to set, but yeah, you need to set it here, because you need to create some variables which we have already created. Now pass those variable like this dot name equals to name, this dot address equals to address, and this dot roll number equals to roll number. Fine. So now I don't need this type of method, this set name, because when I create a class, it will be initiated with this. Whenever an object is created, it will be initiated with this. I just need to get them. As you can see, still I remove those setter lines, but I will still receive the same output. See, I still receive the same output without setting, because I have constructed the object with the constructor now. And this is a good way to create a constructor for creating any object. Are you getting me? So let me take some questions now. So might be you guys are on mute and you cannot. Okay, let me keep yourself muted. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask on the chat. No issues. Let me open my chat screen. Let me take if anyone have the questions. Anyone have question here? There? Hello? Anyone has doubts? I can't see in the chat. Chat is opened. Why I can see the new messages in the chat? So I got some questions, but I'm not able to see where are they. Which screen? So I saw a question, what is the need of creating an object? So I got one question, what is the need of creating an object? So let me tell you, like what is the need of to create the object. Now the need, how can I say there is a need? Now let's this now let's I don't create an object. Let's suppose I'm not able to, I'm not creating any object. Fine. So now you want to display, now you want to access the other class detail. For example, there is a class student. Now, how will you, how you will you call its methods? How will you get its information of a student? How you store information basically? You needed a class. You needed a class. Why you need a class? Because to store the information like the name, address, roll number. Fine, because all this is a collective information and you can't keep it as in the variable itself, because there are so many students, there are thousands of students where you will keep. So you will keep in a class. Now, how this class will behave? Class does not exist. I told you class is a blueprint. The existent is its object. This object will store the object. Are you able to see my screen? I am pinging on the Telegram. Able to see my screen? Please reply on Telegram. Anyone? Yes, fine. So my screen is visible to you. Okay. So basically, as I explained, there is a class has no existence. There is the existence of the object only. Sir, can you please provide us with the code so that we can implement by our own as also? So Divya Pandey, yeah, as I read your question. So basically, all this code, this is a very basic code that you can find on the websites as well. Like when you start learning the Java, the main important point is here. While we are here, understand it. You can see it anywhere. You can see, you write this line, Java, this class and the object name. You can find it anywhere on the website. But the point, the motto over here is to understand it. I will share all those codes later after the class, but please understand it. Fine. So what is the role of constructor? Can we take direct input or direct initialization? So role of the constructor is, I have mentioned, I have especially told you role of the constructor. Role of the constructor is to initiate the class with the values. For example, you are a student, you are creating a student. Now let's you go to a college, you register yourself as a student in the college. At the time of registration, he asks you to fill the form. In the form, you enter your name, you enter your roll number, you enter your address, you enter your details. This is how you are constructing yourself as a student. So this is the way to creating a student. Fine. Now, second thing, you don't want don't want to give your details at the beginning of the registration. You want it, sir, just admit me, just create myself in this college. Later I will fill my details. Then you can use the setter. Fine. So, but it is recommended that when you are creating an object, you initialize it with constructor. Why did you import it? Why did you imported this? No, I have not imported. If you see my screen, I am not imported. This is a package name. This is a package name. This is only a package name. Import, I have just imported this. Oh, sorry. Let's focus on the basic. I just try to import. When I imported calendar class, that's when I write it the calendar, because calendar class is a part of the util package. So that is why I need to import. Whenever we are using something from other package, we need to import it. Difference between class and object, it's a very basic question, and I have told you class is nothing but a class is nothing, literally nothing, but it's a wrapper of methods, variables. Fine. Methods are variable and constructor itself. So main important things are methods, which able to, which let you make you do the functionalities in that. I hope you're clear with the class and the object now. Class is nothing but a blueprint. But object, what is object? Object is used to perform for that class. Object will, what is object? Object is an entity. Object is a representation of the class or representation of a class. For example, employee is a class and it's represented with E, or what's your name? Sanket. Sanket has asked this question. Employee Sanket is an object equals to, now I need to register him in the college. So sorry, if it is Sanket is a student. Let's student. Now Sanket is a student. I am registering him in a college. I am giving him admission. So new student. Now Sanket is created. Sanket is enrolled in a college. This line will enroll Sanket in a college. Fine. Now, when you are enrolling, I told you in the constructor, you can give the Sanket font size is already increased. Let me increase it more. I think it's fine now. So with the Sanket or more. Visible now? Better? Or I am making it visible. Now it's okay? I think so, it is okay. Is it visible now? Everyone? Fine. So now I have zoomed it. So yeah, where I was? Yeah, I was telling you like now Sanket has a question. Now someone has asked something about parameterize and default constructor. So I am giving you example with that. This is the default constructor. I explained you when you have enrolled it just without any information, you can do it. You have enrolled the student Sanket without any initialization value to it. Fine. We are using room.student like that. Why? Here I can't see this chat. Where is coming? Sir, in this code, what is mean by room? We are using room.student like that. Why? We are using room.student. Sir, this code, what do you mean by room? Which room you are talking about? Okay, room. I was talking about the classroom over here. Basically, I took it, the name of the class was something which I don't want to take. Let me do it little good. A refractor. You see that refractor, and I'm renaming the class. Fine. I'm renaming the class now. I'm renaming it as student. Then your doubt will be clear. I'm renaming the class. Fine. Now it is better. And the name of the student object. Student object. Control C. Now it is fine to understand. Basically, I have given the wrong name. I was trying to explain something, but later I find it like this is a good example. Like a student, which I was explaining you, a student is created with all those details. So this is the power of the class and the object. Fine. So this is a very basic example. I have given you the class and the object and the methods to define. Now with the method, let's suppose you have two objects, like you have two students. One is Suprabhat and another student is, let's suppose, student object 2 with the name something like Chulbul Pandey. Chulbul Pandey. Fine. So this Chulbul Pandey belongs to where? From where Chulbul Pandey? Kanpur. Okay, let's from Kanpur. So his roll number is like 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Fine. So now they are the two student OBJ, student OBJ2. Two students are created. Now I want like which student to student enrolled. Now I can show them in this two students. Now I will create a function that will help me to know, like, give me the name of the student, a function I will call. I will create a function. I'm going to create a function outside after the main function. I'm creating a function int, string private. Private is the access modifier. I mean, this function will be access. I hope you are aware with the function. Function add, subtract. This is a function. Function we create to perform some logics, to perform some functionality. So private string. Why string? Return type. It is a return type. What value this function will return you, will give you back. Okay. Private string give. This is the method name I'm giving you. I'm creating. Private string give me student with high roll number. And this is the way, this is the nomenclature to write a function name. First letter is small, and then second capital, me, student S capital with W capital, high H capital, roll number R capital, and then N capital. So give me student with high roll number, and I am passing here student objects. So student S1 comma student S2. Fine. I will check if now the logic I'm writing, how to write the logics in the Java. If S1 was, who was the S1 student? First, when we call this method, I'm going to call this method. The method name give Okay, let me keep it static. Give me student roll number. Now, student 1, I'm passing student OBJ, comma, second student OBJ2. Anyone have doubt in this line number 23? Please ask what this line number 23 is doing. You can write in the chat, any chat. I have opened the Telegram group as well, and I am on this chat as well. I am able to see your query. Line number 23, what it's doing? I'm waiting for your reply, guys. Getting the details. Calling the function, yes, yes, this method. This is calling the function. And now, what is the meaning of calling the function? And I mean, you are calling the function. Why you are calling the function? Because I want to fetch the name of the student who has highest roll number. So this is that. So S1 dot get roll number greater than S2 dot get roll number. Then return S1 dot get name, else return S2 dot get name. Now, anyone have problem in this? In this method, able to understand? Now you can keep it in a string. Name equals to, because this function, this method will return a string. And what it is returning? If you can see, it is returning s1 dot get name. What is s1? S1 is the student object s1. And what s1 is representing? This student obj. And this student obj is, as you have created, student obj with name Suprabhat. Fine. But roll number, highest roll number is of Chulbul Pandey. So answer will be Chulbul Pandey. When I print here system dot out dot println, this line system dot out dot println is the way of printing anything, any string. You can print with this method. Just like printf in the C language, here is this line. Student with high roll number plus name. Fine. So now let's run it. What should it return? It should return Chulbul Pandey. Student with high roll number is Chulbul Pandey. How? Because Chulbul Pandey has roll number 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, which is greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, why I created this function? Because this function will perform this stuff. So whenever you need from anywhere, from any class, since this is a private function, so you can call it in this class only. If you can make it as a public function and you can keep it in a class like utility class, you can create a class which always, whenever you pass a student, what if declared as a public? Why you declared it private? Why I have declared it private? Because I want it to be secure. I don't want this function to be called from other class. Do you want, if you are in IIT Guwahati, and do you want any person from Delhi, IIT Delhi will fetch your information, will fetch the student with the highest roll number of your college? No, you don't want. You want only your classroom people will understand. Please explain the data type of the parameter. Data type of the parameter. The data type of the parameters, if I say, like, if I talk about the student, these three parameters of a student. Fine. So name as a data type string, roll number as data type int, address as a data type string. What is a string? A string is combination of characters. Getting the point? String is called character sequence. Int you already aware that int is like any integer number. So here I return type string because this method will return s2.getName. If you see, I am pressing control and taking the cursor to get name. See, its return type is string. Get name will give you string and they belong to the class student. Clear? Thus s1.getName returning you the string. Now why I took it static? Because this main function is of type static. So whenever you are calling any function from a static scope, you need to keep it static so that it will be you will able to directly call without creating any object. In a Java, sir, student in a Java, sorry, I didn't write. So student is a Java, me. So student is a Java file. How can it be used as this? You mean with the this reference? I didn't get your question. How it can be used as this? What this you mean? There is Vinayak Gupta. Vinayak, can you clear your question? What do you want to ask? Means here in the parameter of the function we have used student as a parameter type. Okay. So basically in the Java you can pass. Wait. You can pass the this as well. But here let's suppose you are passing the this. But it's a static context. You don't have the idea like what it's if you pass this. Now there is a, you can't identify what is this over here. You don't have the reference. Fine. It's a static context. You don't have the reference. For example, I am in this class. There is a onCreate method. This is a Android programming. Fine. There is a method onCreate. Now let's suppose I am going to create an object of a class. I have created this class. Now here I can use the keyword this, and the next package I am going to create some my activity. Basically it will be like second activity. I will let you explain it later, but yeah, my focus is on this keyword over here. Now you intend this. Now this reference to this current class main activity. Later we will here I will going to write the second activity once I will create that. But as of now, consider it like so. This class, what's the functionality of this class? Is like it takes two arguments. It takes two arguments. First is from and second is to. From and to. So from this class to, like, if you know that we are in the Android workshop, right? So in the Android application, when you click login and you reach to the second screen, so this we will learn through this line of code only. So here from where to where you have to go. So from this means this current context main activity and this second activity. But in current class we have not such, because as you can see, this cannot be referenced from a static context. You are in a static method. What is static keyword basically? This static keyword, when you create any variable, when you create any method static, it belongs to the class, not to the object. Fine. So you're not able to perform it any operation because it is that global, it will become global. You cannot pass it, you cannot override those methods, you cannot override the static method. I mean, you cannot use them in some other functionality in other class. Okay? I hope you are clear with the doubt, because you are in the static context, you cannot use this. You have to pass the object. Now let's move on the presentation to reach our the other targets. So these are the concepts that we need to focus on. Prerequisite for Android. So what polymorphism? Now this is a very basic question. Polymorphism. As the name, poly means many, morphism means form. So one name, many form. For example, you can create a same function, but it will give you error. Fine. But just do one thing. This function used to take the 3 argument. Now there is no error. Same name, but argument number or number of arguments is changed. This is called, this concept is called method overloading. Overload, I mean same function name but different. Okay, let's try to do one thing. Now a question arises here. Can I change its return type and can I use it? So still, what's the error? Is already defined in this class. So there is like change in the arguments only. Either the number of arguments can be changed, either the type of the argument. You can make it int, then still it is okay. There is no error on the function. Fine. So this is called method overloading. This is type of polymorphism. Now another point is method overriding. Now what is method overriding? Let me create another class B that extends student. Let me create some default constructor in this first. So I have created a class that extends student B. Now I create a method string get name. Hmm. So you can type your query over here. I'm not going to let annotate the shared content. So basically class B extends student and there is a method in the student already get name. So I have a question over here. I am creating a function in this class. Uh, Here I am creating the object of B class. Fine. Obj dot obj dot get name. So what will be the output of this if I call obj dot get name? Anyone? You are little confused. Please help us to create project classes in Android Studio. I'm little confused about static method. What class is overridden? It's a dynamic binding, operator overloading, manifold. Yes. What class is in overriding? So I'm little confused about static method. Please help us to create program. Fine. Basically, it's a very simple thing I'm explaining to you. Overriding. It's about a class A. Fine. Then there is class B. A very basic thing I'm explaining you. That B class extends C. Now there is some other class other, that create the object of class B. B obj equals to new B. Fine. Now I'm calling obj dot some method of the class. There is same method name. Method name is print hello. And in the same class, I've written something wrong. My name 2 times. What does mean of extends? Okay. I am just explaining you the polymorphism with the concept of inheritance. Inheritance might be you know aware about it in the C++ language. So basically when you have a parent This is called a parent. What is inheritance? Inheritance का मतलब, you know that you are aware. It's an English terminology. Inheritance, like feature from parent to the child. Fine. Let's suppose there is a string name, Rajat. Fine. And this print hello is printing system.out.print. This print hello. Sorry, Rajat. Now, my question is, if you see print Rajat, what will be the output of this? Sorry, print Rajat 2. What is the output of this? When I call when I'm going to call the method print hello, what is the output? The child class inherits the methods and data of parent class, correct? So someone said Rajat 2, Rajat 2, Rajat 2. Yes, answer is correct, Rajat 2. Now, can I do this? Is it possible? Can I pass the reference of parent class to the child? Someone said no. Yes, answer is right. You cannot pass the higher class reference to a lower class reference. You can't do this. Now, is it possible? Is it possible? Now, someone said yes. Now, what if I am doing this, obj.println? What will be the output? Is it Rajat 2 or is it Rajat? So everyone is saying name. So first of all, name has assigned with the value Rajat. Getting my point? Name is assigned with the value Rajat. So if you are saying name, so don't say name. Name couldn't be ever print because name has a value Rajat. So if you mean by name is printing, you mean with the Rajat. So now my question is Rajat will be print or Rajat 2 will be print in this scenario. In this scenario, what will be print? This is called method overriding. I am getting something Rajat 2, Rajat 2, Rajat. Okay, so answer will be Rajat. Because this is called a runtime overriding. I mean runtime polymorphism. At the runtime, it is decided which to print. Getting my point? Let's take this code to. So it's similar to here. Class B extends student and yeah, any other class you can create and do this. So this is called inheritance and polymorphism. Please elaborate. Let me elaborate it. This role. Basically, what is happening? Like we have two statements: B obj equals to new B. Fine. So this is a simple statement. This is a B object. Now here as a for understanding, if you see, there are the two methods print hello because one is its own print B and another is from A. Fine. There is an ambiguity. Fine. There are two methods. Print hello is this and print hello one is inherited. So now the point is how compiler will understand like which method is called. Fine. So when B object is created and it's B reference and it's passed in the it's of type B type, then it will call its own print hello. Now, the reference of B is here, fine. Basically, it will, what it does, memory is allocated to, memory is created or allocated of type B, fine. Now, the B parent is A, B's parent is A. Now, this is called casting. This is called casting. Now, casting, automatic casting is going on because if it's a parent, now it is passed to this memory. This memory, this memory block is, this memory block is referenced by A. Fine. Now at runtime, when this is obj.print hello called, because it's a reference towards A. Now A have the reference. Now A when called the print hello, it will print the name, and the name value is Rajat. I hope you got that. And this is this type of question is asked many times in the interviews, because I know like you are college students and as of now you are not giving any interview, but today these days from the third year or the final year, students start giving the interviews for the internship purpose or for all those. I see many times, even I used to take interviews and I ask such questions and student used to do mistakes in that questions. So this is called method overriding. Not going much deeper into it, let's move to the second part. Encapsulation. Encapsulation is the wrapping of data. Wrapping of data means like this is a class, this wrapping up the data. Fine. This class is wrapping the data. With the wrapping, there is a name, there is a variables, there is a function, and this is called the encapsulation. This term is encapsulation. The first class will also an example of inheritance. What first class? If you are saying A, class A is not inherited, class B is inherited. Achha, in Android Studio. Sir, could you tell how to execute Java code in Android Studio? If you have a simple, this is Android Studio, and I have created a simple class, nothing to do it with the Android code. I just click it over here in the main function, click and then run. When I run it, and I can see the output over here. Just directly. Sorry, there is some mistake over here. This, let me correct it. Some bad code over here. Fine. Yeah, totally fine. Or I need to fix this one as well. First example, line 16. First example, line 16. Line 16. So what's your question, Vinayak? First example, line 16. What's your question? The first class will also an example of inheritance. Okay. So B extends A. Yes, it is inheritance. Inheritance, because B is taking the features of A. A is the parent class. This is parent class. With double slash, I am commenting. With the double slash, it means I am commenting. With the double slash I am giving, it means it is a comment line. Fine. Now I am telling you a very important thing is it overriding? No. Which line is overriding? You are saying there is no overriding on line 16. There is a overriding in line number 17. there is overriding in line number 17 when at the runtime the reference is passed. I mean, compiler will decide like which method is going to call in line number 18. Like reference is passed. Now which line is going to win? So 17 and 18. Okay, let's move. Inheritance is done. 17 can. Sir, I'm getting reject 2 as output. Can you please execute and show? Might be at runtime it is decided. Plus a print hello. Void print hello. Ready cast. So this is the error. Yes, we know that like you can't pass it in the A object. You are calling, you call the hello A. Fine. When you create the object of B, you get the method of B. But when you call that part, so since memory is created for B and A is referencing, so at the runtime it is decided like hello B is printing over here. So it's since it's a reference passed to A, but since being it's allocated to memory is allocated to B, so compiler will decide at the runtime like this. When you call it object.print hello, it will call its method. So it is decided at runtime which is called. Fine. So this is method overriding. A obj equals to memory. What does this line say? This line say, as I mentioned, memory is allocated of type B. This memory block is referenced by A. Class A object is referencing to the B. If diagrammatically I have explained. This is A. This is A. Another box. There is a memory is created. Fine. So when you say new B, then memory, let's suppose here I have created, there is a memory address, that's 1022. It's a memory address, fine. So this is memory is created in the heap memory with the address and it's a B. It's for the object B is created, fine. A B object is created. Now A is referencing to this. A is referencing to this. So this is the point of when you say A obj equals to new B. So are you able, you want to run the code in Android Studio as well? B obj equals to new A, this is not possible as I said, because this is like you are, let's suppose you have a class animal. Fine, and in the animal there exist fish, there exist insects, there exist tigers, all those animals. Now you are passing, if you are passing a new A, like new animal inside the fish. So is it possible a fish can have the reference of entire animal class? No. A fish object can't have the reference of entire animal class, but an entire animal class can have the reference of all its object. So basically new B created an object, and that object is referenced by A. So this is how B obj equals to new A is wrong. Now let's introduce like how to write the program in Android Studio. I hope I have shared the all of you have downloaded. This is the link I have shared with everyone. This is the download Android Studio. I hope you all have downloaded it. I've shared another link uh, which was info. What's the link? Have you set up it? I'm pasting these links over in the chat. And this is the download link. So these two links I'm sharing, just download it, and they are the all installation guide. Download Android Studio. You must have this 3 GB RAM minimum and 8 GB recommended. Then this is the setup. Next, you have to select this, then this. Then it's take huge internet because it's need to download the SDK tools like this. Downloading SDK components, and then standard. Select the UI theme. Downloading components. Once the download component, then you are free to create a new Android Studio project. (32-bit Windows 7). You can, or Windows 64. It was for 30, but in the 32-bit, you're gonna face so many issues. There is available on the internet. Android Studio for 32-bit Windows 7. There is a version available. Studio exe for 32-bit machines as well. So available. you can download it. So what is the basic structure of writing Java code? Nice one can. So it can be used JDK tool instead of SDK. This JDK is the basic requirement of writing Java. SDK is the tools that are the libraries, the software development kit for the Android. So SDK and JDK both are the different thing. One is for the Java and another is for the Android. The Android frameworks, Android libraries. So SDK is also needed, JDK is also needed. Try updating my OS app. What is the basic structure of writing Java code? The basic structure of writing Java code is I will explain this. First of all, class name like my activity. So generally, when we create a class, we want that I'm explaining you a very basic structure of writing Java code, which we are going to use in Android Studio as well. Very important question. So class my activity, because you are creating any class and you want to take advantage of Android libraries classes, so you will extend it. Extends basic activity. This basic activity class, this basic activity class is in the Android package. So it provides you some methods. I explained you about encapsulation method overriding. There's something still left. We are left with interface and abstract class, which is also very important. Let me explain you those two things as well, because without that you won't be able to understand. First concept, abstract class, and second concept is interface. What is abstract class? Now, the abstract class is that class which have the abstract methods. What is abstract methods? Abstract methods are those methods whose definition is hidden. I mean only method prototype is given. Let me show you in the Android itself a class. This is a Android itself class. As you can see, its package. See, public class app compact activity extends fragment activity, and its package is Android X dot. Its package is Android own. I haven't created this. My created package is com.management.guwahati first app. But this app compact class belongs to this package. Now it extends fragment activity. It also extending fragment activity. Now go back to the fragment activity. Now fragment activity is also extending now component activity. The component activity extends. This is the basic class. So this is the basic class that is of the package android.app. Now so many classes over the classes has created by extending basic and the basic and the basic classes. This activity class is the very parent class, then component activity. This is multi-level inheritance. First, component activity extends activity, then fragment activity extends component activity, then app compact activity extends fragment activity. Fine. Now we have on create method and all those methods. Now how this comes? So as you can see this at the rate override in this function. Fine. So what is this at the rate override function or at the rate override, and why it is when you create any project, this activity automatically created. Fine. And this on create method will automatically appear. So why and how this on create method it appear and what is this purpose, we will discuss it in the second half. But let me tell you about the concept of the Java over here. The concept is this on create method is overridden over here. Overridden means this on create method is already inside that class app compat activity. Now this on create, since this main activity extends this, and this is the method that you have to override. If you remove it, you will find that if you will remove it, you will find that you will not able to initialize the activity. Now it's a blank class. Now the first page of your application which appears to you, you will not able to see that because this on create method automatically calls. Automatically calls means, you remember, the compiler calls the main function. The compiler calls the main function itself. In the same way, this on create method is called. As you can see, this is the life cycle of any Android application. So activity starts, it's called the on create method. It's called the on create method. Fine. So that is the basic method that you have to override. So let's suppose I have class any activity, like I have class activity that has an abstract method. So as you can see, I have used the semicolon. I am not defining it over here. What to do it? Fine. And this must be an abstract class. So any class, let's suppose class my activity extends activity, it has to, when it extends activity, so it has to, it can use this method on create. So it has to override. Let me show you with an example. I am creating any activity. This extends the app compat activity. So when you start writing by yourself, like on create, then it will automatically show you on create. It is giving you the option to select on create. See, this is the on create method, which is in the very basic class of Android. What is happening? So many things is happening in this. This is the inside code of the onCreate method. So you don't need to do anything with it. This is just for understanding like how this is happening. This onCreate method is already in that class, activity class, and you are using that. You are giving your own implementation, your own implementation, and then you call it super.onCreate. When you are calling super.onCreate, it means you are calling the parents onCreate method. Because to perform that activity, to use that life cycle onCreate method, you have to call onCreate. Now let me take the questions if anyone have. Installation directory or do not import. Do not import settings. Two options are there. So import studio with setting. What should I do for installation? Do not import. So onCreate is like main method. Is there no main method required for Android coding? Yes, there is no main method required for Android coding. There is a onCreate method through which everything is handled. So what is the difference between .java and .xml file? .java file, as you know that there is a Java code written, and .xml file, the XML coding is there. Let me show you an XML file, because for designing an application we needed two types. One is the backend code and one is the front-end design. Front-end design is through the XML. Java support multiple inheritance. From Java 8, Java started supports a multiple inheritance. Before Java 7, we don't have that, but through interface, we can do that. Through interface. What is interface? I will explain it. What is the difference between Java and XML file? We hide internal features from user. What will use in abstract? As I show you, abstract class, abstract method prototype is given, and everything is hidden. Like onCreate, for example, if onCreate is an abstract method, then its definition is hidden. You just needs to override it and you give your own custom implementation. Method definition is hidden to it. You can't see it. Now there is another thing is interface. What is interface? Interface is for achieving the one way of also achieving the inheritance, but you have to implement it. You have to like class A implement interface B, and when you are implementing an interface, you mean you have to override. You have to override its function to define own. Do not import. Do not import settings. You have to override this function to define own implementation. What it means? Let's suppose there is an interface you have created. Let me show you in Android Studio also. That you have created a let's suppose you have created a interface D, then ask to everyone, so can you please first explain class method object in brief. Do not import settings. Can you please list what all method you should be familiar from Java to implement Android, like you abstract, inheritance, etc. Okay. Basically, I have told you the concepts that we are going to use. We have class, object, methods, keywords like static, this, super. We have a constructor to understand. We have features like inheritance, poly, abstract, we have interface. Then we have array. We have exception handling, and we have threading, and we have to standard installation. Everything is written in that website I mentioned you. This website. Look, everything is there. When you import, there is do not import settings. As you can see, are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen? This Chrome browser. So this I have shared this link. I'm sharing it again. I'm sharing this. Come on. I'm sharing this link. This is for the setup. I mean, any doubt? This is the link where you can see. Fine. In this link, you have that all your doubt queries regarding the installation, standard, custom, what is everything. Running Android emulator hypervisor driver for AMD processor installation failed. The survey has not been started. So yeah, basically it's due to there's an issue with the simulator. No worries. You can without the emulator, you can try it with your mobile phone. We will debug it in your mobile phone application. Directly install the application in your mobile phone. So it happens, yeah, it's a known issue because there is a issue with the processor incompatible with the emulator. You can Google it and fix it by yourself by searching it in the Google, like how you can do. And there is the settings in the BIOS you can make. So the BIOS settings you can do. But yeah, we can't take this issue as of now. Okay, so let me come back again on the topics that someone asked me what are the topics. So these are the topics. We have to see some collection like array list, hash map, some of them. So these are the things like I have covered the class. Class is a blueprint. Which ID is being used by you? Android Studio, IntelliJ, Android Studio. How to proxy SDK location? Let me show you the how to set even by yourself if you want to set the SDK location. In the tools, there is a SDK manager. There you can provide the SDK location. I have some of them downloaded like up to Android 9 Pie. There is also availability of the other API versions as well, 31, but I haven't not installed due to some memory issues or something. So this is enough. Like I am working on API level 28, Android Pie. Fine, this is the SDK location. You can give like you can separately download the Android SDK and you can give the path. Also in the file, in the settings, there is build, execution and development. There is a Gradle path is also defined. Use default Gradle wrapper. And that's it. In the languages and framework, it's Java. Compiler. So all those settings you can do. How to proxy SDK location in Android. So I told you like you can give your own which ID is being used by you. In the Telegram, I have shared the link yesterday. What is Gradle? Nice question. But yeah, today, as of now, we have the session. Wait a second. So basically, we will discuss Gradle later in the later session. Right now, we are just focusing on Java so that you will able to write the code in Android Studio. We'll share you the designs as well. I am ready with the design of an application like calculator application. We will able still I can't able to run within Android app. Sir, I am creating separate module to run Java code. Still I can't able to run within Android app. So what's the issue? I'm creating separate module. Basically, when you are done with the package creating, you just need to create a class, right click and then new and then create a Java class. And the class is ready and you can write your simple Java code. So how make the attendance of this session? This might be you need to ask in the Telegram about the attendance. A 5 minute break to you. So any doubt, will there be an extra hands-on apart from your presentation? This is also a good question. What about attendance? Attendance you can ask in the Telegram group. Somebody on the expertise of that, I mean, who is handling all those things can answer you. We are not able to run your programs in Android Studio. There is nothing to do with the Android Studio in this. You can run separately your Java code. You can right click on new a Java class and then just create. You need to write a main function. Don't forget to write the main function, without which you can't able to run that. I mean, since this is a simple class, I have created a main function, and then when I run it, I would able to do it. Otherwise, if you are still having difficulty, might be due to your Braille system or something else. So you can do it like separately. What is the difference between Java and Android coding? There is no difference in Java and Android coding. They are same. Just write your questions. I will give them answer. So class next session will be from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And yeah, we are still like we will have this session by 12:45, and we will continue it by 3 p.m. And one more stuff, like I'm sharing you a website name. The website name is Java Tea Point. So you have 2 hours, extra 1 hour after apart the lunch. Please request to go through that Java Tea Point for core Java, for learning the Java. So it is a very basic code. I mean, very basic things are written over there for learning. Who those who are not having any information on Java or those things. So like these points are very important points to be clear. We just left with some 2 or 3 topics. Let me cover it as now. So we were on the inheritance. I was explaining you about inheritance. So basically, sorry, interface. Let's I have created an interface B. So its method is like uh, void do walk. Fine. This void do walk is a method that whichever class want to work with it, want to perform anything with this method, can use this. For example, like I have a class student, fine, that will implements interface B. Now it will give you error because it will say that you have to implement a do what method. Implement method, you have to implement and give your own custom implementation like system.out.println do work in student. Fine. So class will restart by 3. I'm telling you last time. So
Abhishek,
yes,
sorry to interrupt.
yes,
We are having timing from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the second half session.
yes. So I shifted to 3 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Actually, by 5 we have to means we will be leaving. So if you can do it little early, it will be better.
No, I have some work as well, like from like which I can start. I can start only by 3 only.
Okay.
So if you have, I can like complete it by 4:30. If you like, if you be very sharp, so we can complete it by 3 to 4:30. We can make it like 3 to 4:30. Fine. So let's complete this interface, which is very important topic. So do work in student. So basically, let's suppose you want to call that interface from the testing class. What you will do, like you have that interface. So interface is basically how to call. You cannot create the object of interface. Fine. So you need to call it. You can call it with the mm, with the object of like interface B interface interface equals to it's a anonymous class. Hmm. So you can call it with the interface B dot do work. Fine. Now interface B, how to initialize this? You can keep it like this. You can place it as a global variable. Fine. And then there is a setter method. You must have some setter method. Like from wherever this is called, you need to pass like comma new interface B, its definition, do work, and then Interface basically it will work as a your adapter. It will work as a mediator between two things. Let me give you an example. If you have any work to do with one class, and when you complete the work, you want to let the other class know, like, I have completed the work. So other class that want to know, like, have you completed the work? It has to implement that interface. Getting my point? Like, there is a class. Let create a class. Like, this is class A. This is class B. Now interface is in between them. There is a one method in this return. Method is written like do work. For example, the method is do work. Do work is method is there. So class A basically, now try to understand. Class A is doing some work, doing work, and now it want, once it complete the work, B will able to know like work is completed. Getting my point? Are you able to get my point? Please raise your thumb if you got, otherwise down the thumb. It's a very simple concept. There is a class A, there is a class B. Try to understand. There is a class, Sanket is giving the down thumb, not able to understand. Let me explaining it another time. Class A, class B. Class A perform some work. Class B want to know like work is performed or not. Getting my point? Class A is doing some work, and once the work of A is completed, it wants to acknowledge B like my work is completed. In this case, what to do? In this case, what to do? Class A work is doing fine. Now class B, what class is B? Class B implements that interface. This is the interface. Class B implements that interface. Now B, once B has implement this interface, implement का mean मतलब क्या? अब उसने register कर दिया. It B class register itself कि जब भी whenever this method is called, please acknowledge me कि like this method is called, and this method is called when the work is completed, and B acknowledged that work is completed because B has implemented this interface, so B has acknowledged. Getting my point? I hope you understand the interface feature, how it will work and how we will use that. Because whenever in a application, when we design an Android application, when we want like in our one activity, in our one page, work is completed, then I want to know to other page that my work is completed. Fine. So I will use this B class to implement this interface so that when it talks with this, when this class talk with this, it will talk with this. It's providing the interfacing. It will talk to this, and it will a class call this. A class will say complete the work. B class acknowledged, like this. It has called this. Now what I need to perform. So this is a simple funda and very important thing. Don't you get? Let's suppose you have called your friend like, please मेरे को call back करना. So this is a work as a callback. Now another concept is exception handling. Exception handling is very simple thing and you have to do it because let's suppose you have an array. Now what is array? Array, I know, I think you know about array. Int array equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is an array of integer type. Fine. Now let's suppose I am printing for int I equals to 0, I less than array dot length semicolon I plus plus. Fine. And system dot out dot println array of I. Fine. This is I'm going to print. This I'm removing. Now, fine. This line also. So let me run this. We'll understand you the two things over here, array and exception handling. We are going to understand this. Like I'm running this program, it will print you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fine. Let's check. It's print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fine. Now let's suppose I'm printing it till the I less than equals to I 0. What is 0? 0 is the index. This array has index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I explain it to you with the diagram. Like this is an array. What's the size of the array? 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here you will have 1, then you will have 2, then you will have 3, then you will have 4, and then you will have 5. So what I am saying, its index will be 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, 4. What means index? It's the position. Position 0 position, 1 position, 2 position, 3 position, 4 position. So this is the index of an array. Clear? So let's suppose now if I fetch index number 5. Let's suppose I'm going to fetch the index number 5 value. What will be the output? Please write in the chat. What will be the output if I'm getting array and in the bracket I'm getting the 5 index value? Someone saying Java के सारे topics आज ही पढ़ा देंगे. So as per the curriculum, I have to like do it as you can see here, like Java concepts, OOP concept, inheritance, multi-threading, those things. I need to cover it. But yeah, we can do it. It's a very basic things you have to understand because you have read that C++ Java. So when you are going to have that 5, so null character, no, not null character, it will give you array index out of bound. It's not character string. So let me do it, run it again, because I am doing it less than equal to. What's the array length? Array of dot length give you 5. So 0 to 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is not exist. So it will give you array index out of bound. It will give you the exception, and that will be a runtime exception. Let's see. Array index out of bound exception at position 5, because it is out of the index. Now we need to, it thrown exception, now we need to catch it. This is the way for handling the exception. How? Try and catch. That's it. It's very easy. Exception E. System dot out dot print, you have no value after 5, after position 4, after position 4. Now I have catch the exception. Now this rad error that makes your application crash, now your application will not crash. Application will not crash, it will handle, and it will show a genuine output. Like you cannot, you have no value after position 4. No rad error. Fine. So this is the way for handling the exception. So I'm writing this, posting this code over in the chat as well. Just go through it. And just we are closing this session of Java. Threads we will see, threads we will read later. So how can we get the quiz questions? In the next session, we will have that quiz question why you wrote exception E. Nice question. I should not write exception E. I can write it more better. Array index out of bound exception E. Basically, whatever it is, either exception E or it is a class. This is a predefined class in Java. Array index out of bound or exception class. Basically, it is a format. It is a format defined by the Java. Like whenever you need to handle any exception, you put it in the code try, and then you have to handle it with the catch block. In the catch block, catch is a function block. So in the catch says, give me the type of exception. If this is the exception, then it will handle all type of exception, but it loads in the memory. It takes more memory. But if you specify, like I know that this code can only give array index of bound exception, then it's better to use this exception class name. It will save your memory. But if you are writing exception, then all your class get loaded. So any kind of exception it will raise, it will be catch here. So this is why I have written exception, because it wants. And this E is the object name of the. Sir, why we use try and catch? Try and catch is used for exception handling. Exception handling because I had the doubt like at length. Because I had the doubt like that at index 5 there will be any element or not. Since I was not sure there is an element or it could give me array index or bound, I took it in the catch, try catch. To handle error, a problem occurred, app. Now, we will discuss about the Android errors later in the second session. So I'm closing this session. You put your questions over here. I know many of you after installation or while installation of Android Studio facing error. But yeah, since like there are more than 300 students are in this WebEx session, so you have to fix all those errors in Android in the through the googling source set with name main not found. So if you found like such error source set main not found, so then do like this: go to Google, search source set main not found Android Studio error, and there are the lot of stuff you can see. You can fix it. Add the following line before Gradle project settings. Where is the Gradle project settings then? Let me show you. So this is the project Gradle. Any library that you want to use, you have to put it over here in the Gradle system. Gradle is the base system of the application. Fine. This is Gradle wrapper properties. Might be they asked me to write over here. Gradle project settings. Okay. So open gradle.xml file in this path .idea gradle.xml. Shown Explorer .idea. There is a gradle.xml. Add it, and you can put it. It was saying something like put this line that is work for me. So you can try this one. Fine. So there are the different ways. Just you need to Stack Overflow. You need to Stack Overflow. Yes, all the programs and application will be practical. We will create the calculator application. Just I want a favor from you to ready your Android Studio without any Gradle error. So many errors you would face, but you have to resolve it like these things. Just the way I have shown you. You have to put the error over here. You have to put the error over here, and then you have the different issues resolutions. Because there are so many students and I can't resolve each ones. So you can put the screenshots. You can put the screenshots in the Telegram group. I will be able to fix if someone has really got stuck and not able to fix it with the struggle. Okay, fine. So let's close this session, go for the lunch. We'll meet by 3. I'm writing it again, 3 p.m. next session. Okay, so see you then. Write your queries. I will come back and will resolve. Let me check some queries. Telegram channel name build failed. depreciated Gradle feature, incompatible with Gradle 8. So such kind of an error you can write. Like if someone had depreciated Gradle features for cause in this build, make it incompatible with Gradle 8. So I'm suggesting you please search on the Google for all such kind of a Gradle related errors. So EICT IITG, the host is if they are on the chat or they are on the call, please let them know like how to remark their attendance. Are you there, EICT IITG user? No target device found is a genuine error. Let it come. We will fix it. I will let you know how to fix it. I will show you. Okay, I'm done. We'll join it later by 3. So thank you guys.
Participants, you can leave the meeting and go for lunch.